plane was still shaking. But losing one engine wasn't the only challenge. There was the lack of visibility.
As we start descending from 36.
Good evening, everybody. It's Tuesday, December 6, 2022. I'm Vincent Salimi, the mayor of the city of Pinole, and I would like to welcome you to the regular city council meeting. Can you please join me for the call to order and for the pledge of allegiance in honor of the U.S. military troop? We'll have a moment of silence, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, nation under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. We'll then move on to item number 2, which is the land acknowledgement. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people who are the traditional constituents of this land, with our respect to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue the tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. Item number 3, roll call, city clerk's report and statement of conflict. Good evening, Madam City Clerk. How are you?
Good evening, Mayor. I'm well. How are you?
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Salimi,
Here?
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Here.
Councilmember Tave,
Here.
Councilmember Toms,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Here.
City Manager Murray,
Here.
City Attorney Casher,
Here.
Deputy City Clerk Stone.
Here.
Mayor and Council, the agenda was posted on December 2nd at 4 p.m. with all legally required notices. 2 written comments were received. They've been distributed to council and staff and will be posted to the website. Does the council have any conflicts on any agenda items this evening?
Yes, I do, ma'am. Related to item number 4A, due to the location of my residence, I may have a conflict of interest, and I will ask Mayor Pro Tem Murphy to please lead the closed session.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I'll note that for the record. And that concludes my report.
Excellent. Then I will ask Mayor Pro Tem please to take over item 4.
Sure, Mayor. The next item on the agenda tonight is item number 4, convene to a closed session. Citizens may address the council regarding a closed session item prior to the council adjourning into the closed session by first providing a speaker card to the city clerk, or there also are instructions as to how to make public comment tonight on our agenda. The item 4A is conference with party negotiators, government code section 54956.8, property at 612 Tennet Avenue. City clerk, are there any public comments?
No, there are no public comments.
Thank you. Well, in that case, should we wait one more minute, maybe? All right, looks like we're good to go. All right, well, in that case, we will reconvene we'll reconvene in a few minutes, and that should be around 5:30 to 5:45. That should be around 6 p.m. Thank you, Mayor.
In 1 minute. 1 minute, please. We're having some technical difficulties with Zoom, so we'll start in 5 minutes. Thank you. 1 minute. We'll start in 1 minute, please. Seconds. Good evening, everybody. I'm Vincent Salimi, the mayor of the city of Pinole, and I would like to welcome you back. Welcome to the city. I'm very, very honored to have you here. It's going to be a very special night tonight. It's going to be a historic moment. And I know that a lot of you are here for Mr. Cameron Sasai and Mayor Pro Tem David Murphy will become our first African-American elected mayor in the city of Pinole. I'm very, very excited because we here embrace diversity and how difference makes us even stronger. And here in Pinole, we are showing to the rest of the world what diversity is about. Thank you. We'll move on to the next item. Since I did have a conflict of interest, I would ask Mayor Pro Tem Murphy to please announce the result of the closed session.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So during the closed session, the City Council approved a slight modification to the project at 612 Tenant Avenue to remove the live work requirement for 2 of the units at the property. That's a report back.
Excellent. Thank you. That's quite a report. Thanks for announcing it. Then I will move on to the next item on the agenda, which is citizen to be heard. Good evening, Madam City Clerk.
Good evening, Mayor.
Do we have any citizen who wish to talk, please?
Yes, we do. We have one speaker in person, Rafael Menes.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and members of the public. My name is Rafael Menes. I'm a resident of Pinole. And there are a few things I'd like to go over tonight. I'll say my congratulations for the various public officials for the appropriate parts of the agenda. But first off, I unfortunately need to note that Pinole still has a COVID case rate per 100,000 of 264.8, which is about the same as the last time I spoke about it. And is still a relatively elevated level. I believe it's 7th highest in the county now, rather than 2nd highest, but that's more because other people have beat us rather than because things have gotten particularly better. So I would continue to encourage everyone to wear masks in crowded public spaces like grocery stores, so on and so forth. And secondly, with regards to transparency, I'd like to congratulate most of my fellow candidates in the past election for, filling out their FPPCO forms properly and making sure that everything got submitted needed to be submitted. But I would also note that there's at least one set of forms that, to the best of my knowledge, hasn't been filled out properly yet. And I would strongly encourage the individuals responsible for those forms to make sure that they're updated and filled out correctly, so the people of Pinole can have a proper sense of what various campaign funds were expended on, and in particular for the Form 497 that, people were informed in a timely manner of contributions over a certain threshold as required by state law. So just want to remind certain members of the public about that. And that's all my public comment for citizens to be heard for tonight. Thank you.
That concludes our public comments for now.
Excellent. That concludes item number 6. Then I will move on to item number 7, which is reporting communications. 7A, Mayor's report and announcement. It has been my privilege to be a mayor, and I will make a goodbye speech later on tonight. But I just also would like to let you know that I'm coming back from Washington, D.C., where I had the privilege of being invited at the White House for the state visit of French President Emmanuel Macron. And after the visit, thank you. I also had the opportunity of meeting some member of the Congress and discussing about the political situation as well. And finally, this week I met with the superintendent of the school at the West Contra Costa County District, Dr. Hurst, and he wanted me to let you know that he's working very hard in improving the school district, and changes is on his way. So that concludes my report, and I would turn it back to 7B, mayoral and council appointment. We do not have any at this moment. 7C, city council committee report and communication. I will start with Mayor Pro Tem David Murphy, please.
No report tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Thank you, Mayor Salimi. I will invite on behalf of WestCat and the members of the public to join WestCat staff and volunteers in bringing cheer to our community this holiday season at its 19th annual Stuff a Bus Holiday Donation Drive. Each year, WestCat brings an empty bus onto or into the community and stuffs it with your generous donations of toys, jackets, and non-perishable foods. The 19th annual WestCat Stuff a Bus Holiday Donation Drive will take place on Wednesday, December 14th from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. at the Target parking lot on Fitzgerald Avenue. The donations will help with the inventory of food for use by the Food Bank of Contra Costa and Solano, and toys will go to the California Highway Patrol Chips for Kids toy drive. Coats can also be donated and should be new or gently used. Food must be non-perishable, and a list of acceptable items is available at www.foodbanksccs.org. So thank you in advance for your generosity. Happy and safe holidays to you all.
Thank you. Councilmember Tabe, good evening, sir.
Good evening, nothing to report.
Thank you. Councilmember Thomas, good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. I have a few items. I attended the mayor's conference the first time live in almost 3 years. City of Richmond hosted that. Our WestCat board meeting for this month will be canceled. I also attended a retirement reception from Amy Worth, a 24-year council member from Orinda who served our community on regional boards like the Association of Bay Area Governments. And so I just wanted to recognize all the work that she has done for the Bay Area region. And then on Monday, I have a meeting with the Wildfire Prevention Committee where we will be discussing an MOU, a memorandum of understanding for wildfire prevention in the East Bay. So that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. I will then move on to item number 7D as a delta. And Mayor Pro Tem, I would like to hold on that item just to give the opportunity to the newly elected council member to have an opportunity to bring any agenda tonight if you wish to. So I will bring, if you don't mind, can you?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, 7D will be, you'll come back later on tonight. And I'm City Clerk, if you can remember. Thank you. Item 7E, City Manager Report and Department Staff Report. Sir, good evening.
Good evening. Very briefly, we had a wonderful winter holiday event on Saturday. It was indoors at the Senior Center, lots of great activities for families, culminating in our traditional tree lighting. And briefly, a preview of what we're going to have at our next city council meeting, as is our practice. We'll be considering the adoption of our Parks and Rec Master Plan. We're going to be asking for acceptance of a state grant for expedited solar project permitting. And we'll be considering 2 ordinances, one of which is the council members' updated code of ethics. Preview of what we're going to be seeing soon. That's all. Happy holidays, everyone.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Mr. City Attorney. Item number 7F. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Salimi. Nothing to report. Happy holidays to all.
Excellent. Thank you. Madam City Clerk, do you have any public comments on item 7, please?
Yes, we do have one on Zoom, Cordell Hindler. Go ahead, Mr. Hindler.
Can you hear me, Roxanne?
Yes, go ahead.
So good evening, Mayor Salimi, council members. I am Cordell Hindler, and I have some good and a future agenda request. So for the next agenda is to have the Pinole Valley football team to receive a proclamation. I have seen this team doing wonderful things on the field, and I'm like, wow. So I'm asking that this can be put on the next agenda. That's one. And then second of all, the next agenda will be, let's see, is the idea of having, because I was going through the fiscal year budget for this year, and I'm hoping that this funding will allocate to hire a consultant to do the diversity, equity, and inclusion. So I'm asking that those items be placed on the next agenda. So that's it, and happy holidays to all.
Thank you very much. That concludes item 7, and we'll come back to it later. Then just want to let you know, we'll go to item number 8, which is recognition and presentations, and then the consent calendar, and then we'll have the city council rotation in about 30 minutes from now. So we'll move on fast, and thank you for waiting for us. Tonight is very, very special. As part of item number 8, we'll recognize the Pinole Valley High School girls softball and as well as the tennis. Volleyball, I do apologize. It is volleyball. I just wanted to make sure that people are following me. It was part of the script, so I'm glad you are with me. So we'll start with the first item on the agenda here, and I will invite my entire city council to join me. We'll start with the volleyball team.
Volleyball.
Yes, please.
Okay, this is honoring the Lady Spartans volleyball team in recognition of the Tri-County Athletic League title for the fall of 2022. Whereas Hannah Salon, Maria Gamero, Kaylee Koala, Melina Mendoza, Jasmine Sommer, Eden Lambiego, Emily Figueroa, Melania Rosales, Avery Wilson, Allison Ip, Sarah Marquez, Tyler Nicholas, and Ashley Thongva as the Lady Spartans volleyball team finished the 2022 Tri-County Athletic League season as the league champions of the Tri-County Athletic League, and
Whereas the Pinole Valley High School girls finished their season play in the Tri-County Athletic League with a 10-2 record, earning them a second seed heading into the playoffs. And
Whereas the Lady Spartans picked up 2 wins in a row, which meant a rematch against the number 1 seed, who had finished league with a perfect 12-0 and top ranking, and had beaten our Pinole Valley girls twice, once home and once on the road. And
Whereas the Spartans had been swept 3-0 by the number 1 seed of the senior night, so it did not look promising when they took the court on October 19 to take on a top team in their home gym. And
Whereas the Lady Spartan volleyball team, along with Coach Melanie Sheely Brown and assistant coach Winston Wu, overcame obstacles and impediments and beat the number 1 seed in league playoffs and stunned everyone with a thrilling 4-game win and the automatic bid to North Coast, and earned the flag as champions by winning out that night.
now therefore I, Vincent Salimi, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, along with the City Council, do hereby recognize and honor the 2022 Pinole Valley High Lady Spartans volleyball team for their talent and dedication on and off the volleyball court, and extend to them Coach Melanie Brown and Assistant Coach Winston Wu the city's most heartfelt congratulations for the winning season. Congratulations. What I would like to do is please invite the entire team to come and join me. And I would ask the City Council to be right next to me, please.
Can we have their coaches as well if they're here? Yes.
Let's spread around them.
Do I have to keep pushing or what?
Okay. I would like to thank the city council for honoring us tonight and just state that we started off with a bit of a setback because we didn't have access to our gym for a couple of weeks, but we made the goal to win the championships and we completed it despite the struggles that we faced, and we fought hard.
Congratulations again. Thank you very much. You want to say anything? Good. Okay, excellent. We'll then move on to the next proclamation here, which is honoring the Ladies Spartans tennis team. Councilmember Thomas, please go ahead.
Sure. We're honoring the Lady Spartans tennis team in recognition of the Tri-County Athletic League title for fall 2022. Whereas Shelby Burrow, Alessandro Almeida, Victoria Corona Espinosa, Caroline Areola, Lila Ignacio, Sienna Sheridan, Ade Maria Martinez, Rachel De La Cruz, Rachel Mariquin, Liana Soriano, Ava Duong Pachan, Cherise Palabrico, Alyssa De La Cruz, Lindsay Kekachuan, Victoria Costa, Simran Gurung, Boychin Tile, Rocio Echevarria, as the Lady Spartans tennis team finished the 2022 Tri-County Athletic League season with a perfect 8-0 record. And
whereas they overcame all matters of injury and disruptions and never gave an inch and won their last 2 games on the road to clinch the first tennis championship in over 50 years. And
whereas on many afternoons late into dusk, the last doubles team held the line, and on the clinching night at St. Patrick's of Vallejo completed a late game comeback to lead Pinole Valley to a 4-3 win after trailing 3-1 going into the last 3 matches. And
whereas the Lady Spartans got their first ever team beat to North Coast, where they finished the season against the number 1 seed before ending their magical season. And no. The squad earned medals and a pennant which will hang in the Pinole Valley gym in perpetuity, thanks to their valiant efforts. Now, therefore, I, Vincent Salimi, Mayor of the City of Pinole, State of California, County of Contra Costa, do hereby recognize and honor the 2022 Pinole Valley High Lady Spartans tennis team for their talent and dedication on and off the tennis court, and extend to them and Coach Kurt Haworth the city's most heartfelt congratulations for the winning season. Congratulations, everybody. Can I please invite the team to join us here, as well as the coach and the principal of the school? Thank you.
Thank you. That's some of that. Was that?
You have so many benches and then the social media time, but it's like.
Oh, I know, but we're good.
Outside right now.
Okay. Hello, can you hear me? Hi, I'm Kurt, the coach of the team. One of the interesting things about this team is more than half the girls never picked up a racket before the start of the season. And of those girls who never picked up a racket, 3 times when the matches were tied 3-all, and we were playing that last match for the winning match, it was those girls who came through for us.
Excellent, thank you. And congratulations again. You are the future of Pinole, so I'm very, very happy and excited for what we have accomplished. And thank you, Principal. And thank you to all the coach and parents as well. Thank you. We'll move on to the next proclamation, which is the Human Rights, December 10, 2022. Human Rights Week, December 4th, 10, 2022. Whereas human rights are rights inherent to all human beings, regardless of their race, sex, nationality, ethnicity, language, religion, and any other status. Human rights include the right to live, the right to live in liberty, freedom from slavery and torture, freedom of opinion and expression, the right to work and education, and many more. Everyone is entitled to these rights without discrimination.
Whereas on December 10th, 1948, thanks to the moral leadership and service of Eleanor Roosevelt as the first chairperson of the Commission on Human Rights, the world took an enormous step forward with the creation of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, UDHR, and whereas the UDHR enshrines the human rights and fundamental freedoms inherent in all people, no matter who they are, where they come from, or whom they love.
Whereas since its adoption in 1948, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights has been translated into more than 500 languages, the most translated document in the world, and has inspired the constitutions of many newly independent states and many new democracies. And
whereas in the decades since the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948, human rights have become more recognized and more guaranteed across the globe. It has since served as the foundation for an expanding system of human rights protections that today focuses also on vulnerable groups such as persons with disabilities, indigenous peoples, and migrants, and
Whereas activities during the week are designed to celebrate and mobilize awareness in our own rights and emphasize local, national, and international human rights. And
Now therefore, I, Vincent Salimi, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, on behalf of the City Council and the City of Pinole, do hereby proclaim December 10, 2022 as Human Rights Day and the week beginning December 4, 2022 as Human Rights Week. Encourage the citizens of Pinole to mark these observances with appropriate ceremonies and activities. I'll give it to our Mayor Pro Tem Devin Murphy. He's the one who initiated it, and we did this at your request, and I would like to thank you. That concludes item number 8. Do we have any public comments on 8?
Yes, we do. We have one, Cordell Hindler.
You, Roxanne?
Yes, go ahead.
So, good evening, Mayor Salimi, Council. I am Pinole Handler and I'm a Richmond resident. So, I had some comments regarding the proclamation. So, I think the Lady Spartans have done a terrific job. They have done an outstanding job with the volleyball program, and I'm like, wow. That's one. And then number 2, for the ladies tennis team, just keep on swinging, keep playing them tennis like you do best. So I'm proud of the Pinole Valley Spartans, and I'm very happy that that the United Against Hate Week proclamation is complete. So, and thank you to the Spartans for coming. And I was gonna come in person, but then I said, no, I'll just do it right here virtually. So happy holidays to everyone, and cheers to Pinole Valley.
Thank you very much. That concludes item number 8. We'll then move on to item number 9, which is the consent calendar. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comments on any item?
No public comments. Thank you.
Excellent. Then we'll turn it back to the City Council and ask them if they would like to put any item here.
Mayor, we do actually have one hand that just popped up.
Okay, please go ahead, Madam City Clerk.
Cordell Hindler.
Good evening again, Mayor Salimi, Council. The only thing, I was looking at the consent calendar, and I am directing the council to approve it as is. That's it.
Thank you, sir. City Council, please, do you have any item that you'd like to pull here?
I'd like to move the approval of the consent calendar.
second.
Madam City Clerk, roll call.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Mayor Salimi.
Yes,
Motion carries.
excellent. Then we'll move on to item number 10, which is the 10A, accepting and declaring the results of canvass of the November 8, 2022 municipal election. And Madam City Clerk, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. I have a very brief report. I'm just going to highlight the staff report that's submitted in the agenda packet. So the Pinole municipal election was held on November 8th for 3 council seats, each with a 4-year term. There were 7 candidates in total: Rafael Menes, Justin Martinez, Peter Murray, Debbie Long, Norma Martinez Rubin, Anthony Tave, and Cameron Sasai. The official certified results are included in the staff report, and the top 3 vote getters were Cameron Sasai with 3,216 votes, Anthony Tave with 3,157 votes, and Norma Martinez Rubin with 2,607 votes. Staff is recommending that you adopt the resolution accepting and declaring the results of the election. And that concludes my report.
We'll hand it to Mayor Pro Tem to lead the rest of the meeting at this moment, please.
Sure, I think we may want to take a public comment for this item, and then it's on you, Mayor.
And do we have any public comments?
Yes, we do. Cordell Hindler.
So good evening again, Mayor Salimi, Council. I'm Cordell Handler and I'm a Richmond resident. So staff gave an overview. So I am directing the council to approve the elections as presented by staff. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Madam City Clerk, can I please have a motion here, the council?
I'll move to approve the adoption of the resolution per staff recommendation.
I'll second that.
Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Mayor Salimi.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Wonderful. Fantastic. Well, good evening, everyone. I'm your Mayor Pro Tem, Devin Murphy, for a couple more minutes. And as we go through this reorganization and election matters, at this time, I'd like to move on to our next item on the agenda, which is a presentation to a very phenomenal mayor, Vincent Salimi. I'm honored to be able to introduce a proclamation, my first proclamation that I get to sign from the city of Pinole, honoring Mayor Salimi for his years of service. And council, when you are ready, we will begin. I think I'm just reading this one this time. I'm not too sure the council has this. So honoring City of Pinole proclamation. You do. Wonderful. Thank you. We have such a great city clerk here. So I will read the first and I think I have this one. Perfect. I will read the first and the last. Honoring Vincent Salimi. Whereas Vincent Salimi was elected to the Pinole City Council in 2018, and whereas Vincent served the city as its first Iranian mayor in 2022, and
Whereas some of his accomplishments as a Pinole City Council member include the adoption of the strategic plan in 2020, the approval of a 2022 joint 4th of July fireworks show between Pinole and the city of Hercules, the approval of the application for fire services between the city of Pinole and Contra Costa County Fire Protection District, CCC FPD COM Fire, to reopen Station 74 in 2022. And
Whereas Vincent also served as a delegate for the Contra Costa Mayor's Conference, the East Bay Division League of California Cities, and the West Contra Costa Mayors and Supervisors Conference. And
whereas Vincent Salimi's continuing commitment and dedication to the city of Pinole has only been surpassed by his professionalism and integrity. And whereas the city is fortunate to have had his leadership and expertise during the COVID-19 pandemic.
now, therefore, I, Devin T. Murphy, Mayor Pro Tem of the city of Pinole, County of Contra Costa County, State of California, and on behalf of the Pinole City Council, city staff, do hereby proclaim the city's profound appreciation and recognition for Vincent Salimi for his ongoing public service to the citizens of Pinole. Congratulations. So if we can take a couple pictures right here, just so we're here. All right, I think we have a few guests who would like to talk about how awesome Mayor Salimi is tonight. Well, first of all, thank you, Council, I think we have Supervisor John Joya joining us by Zoom, and he has some remarks he would like to make at this time.
Sure. Said I was confused for a while because I saw two Devin Murphys on my screen. It's like wow, not one, but the two.
I joined our online just to make sure
we
people
go,
at home
right.
appreciate it.
And I will make all my comments regarding outgoing mayor and council as well as the newly elected, so I don't take up more time on another item. So I'll just combine them all here. And to say that it's nice to know that the voters of Pinole made the decision of who the council will be, and you did not have to draw names out of a red shopping bag. So like what occurred in Richmond this morning. So I will start. Supervisor Glover and I have a proclamation from the County Board of Supervisors that we did, I think was delivered over to the city. And so I'm here also on behalf of my colleague, Supervisor Glover, of course, represented Pinole. I'm glad to have all of it now. And to acknowledge out Mayor Salimi and your leadership and the historic first that you occupy in being the first Iranian American on the council, and really one of the first in the state. There have not been a lot, and that your leadership and professionalism. And I want to acknowledge really to both Mayor Salimi and to the whole Hill for leadership and hard work to form the partnership with our county fire. And with fire and emergency services and reopening the fire station on Bull Valley Road, I think is a very important act, and Mayor Salimi, that you and your colleagues have taken. So I just want to acknowledge that and thank your leadership and wish you well in your new residency in another part of the county. Always a pleasure working with you. I also want to acknowledge and congratulate the re-election of Councilmember Tave and Martinez Rubin and your continued work and leadership in continuing to serve and your challenges. And also congratulate newly elected Councilmember Kansai. And I look forward to working with Cameron and continuing to work with all of you to really, again, strengthen our partnerships in the city and the county. We've done those. We're going to, we'll be implementing a new 24/7 emergency mental health crisis response effort countywide, including in Pinole, and appreciate the of the city as part of that, as well as work with the county on library, on animal services, and with fire. Again, just wanted to be here to congratulate again Mayor Salimi and welcome the new council member re-election, and look forward to continuing to work with you. And yes, go Spartans. I watched some of the game, the last part of the football game on the subscription that I got to watch it at home on TV. And I know he's celebrating the Spartan that won the California High School Championship, football championship in their division. So thanks for hard work, and to your city manager.
Thank you so much. Oh, yes, please.
Oh, hold on. Oh, I want to get down one more time as part of it. And I know an election is going to work shortly to welcome and acknowledge the new who will soon be the mayor, Devin Murphy, and look forward to work with you, Devin, and you all as the new mayor, and historic work for that as well. And so look forward to hearing comments. And so congratulations in advance of vote.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Joya. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. City Clerk, do we have any public comments on the item of the presentation to the mayor?
Yes, thank you. We do have in person Rafael Menez and I believe Alex Walker Griffin for this item.
Good evening, Mayor Salimi. I just wanted to come here and say a few words in praise of your efforts as mayor to make the city of Pinole better, to, help make sure that we all get through the meetings in a reasonable time frame. Sometimes we've disagreed a bit about how you went about doing that, but I think you've gotten better at doing that as the year went on. But most importantly, I wanted to acknowledge your fight for justice, particularly for the people in Iran where you came from and where you still have ties to, and the work that you did with regards to the sister city movement, and in particular in the resolution that you brought before the council, I believe back in early November in support of the movement in Iran, which is still ongoing. So I wanted to thank you for your work, both as mayor and on the council, making the city better, supporting the library, supporting putting up those benches on Galbraith, supporting reopening Fire Station 74, which is going to be a benefit for all of us long after your term. And also, you know, for your work beyond the city of Pinole, reaching out to the Consulate General of Ukraine, of France, working in Iran, working to build connections between Pinole and the rest of the world to have Pinole be better known globally, not just within our local region, which will be a boon to us after your term as mayor. But most of all, I wanted to recognize your fight for justice in Iran and the way that you've worked to help the community of Pinole recognize the importance of that fight and to rally us all together in support of that movement. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from, yes, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor Salimi, incoming Mayor Murphy, and Pinole City Council. My name is Alex Walker Griffin, and I made the treacherous long journey from the city of Hercules, which I have the pleasure of being the vice mayor of. I wanted to congratulate and thank Mayor Salimi for all of his hard work, and Councilmember Murphy, or Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, Councilmember Norma Martinez Rubin, Mr. Tave, and my friend, Councilwoman Toms. I know that being a council member is a hard job, and so I wanted to personally come over here and say thank you, good luck. And what people don't realize, history has been made. You're looking at one of the few Persian elected officials in this country, and you're looking at Pinole's first openly LGBT mayor and African-American mayor. This is history, so your family should be proud of you. Everyone in this city, because I know coming from Hercules, I'm proud of you. So thank you for all of your service. And to my buddy Cameron, congratulations on winning your election too. As a Generation Z elected official, I will tell you it is a very lonely environment. So now in the county, we have 3 Generation Z elected officials. And actually another fun fact too, next Tuesday, I become the mayor. And so along with Devin, myself, and Abel in San Pablo, he's the mayor of San Pablo, our 3 cities will be the first in the country's history to have 3 consecutive mayors of 3 consecutive cities, all be under the age of 30. So once again, congratulations, Pinole. We are excited for you. And let's keep doing those fireworks. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, any other public comments?
That concludes public comments.
Thank you. Thank you to the public for making those comments. Next, we're going to turn it over to our city manager, Mr. Andrew Murray, for another round of a presentation around the mayor. So, Mr. Murray.
Thank you. Another round of accolades. Mayor Salimi, as you know, and as your colleague from Hercules just mentioned, it takes a brave and energetic soul to enter public office. Our entire system of government relies on residents, community members, answering the call to stand for election and be elected and served. And it's an incredibly demanding job. I know that you campaigned on bridging some divides in this community and identifying common ground on sensible solutions for the community, as well as economic development, increasing city revenues, and public safety. And as has been mentioned in the proclamation and some of the comments, you've achieved quite a bit on all of those different fronts. And so on behalf of the staff, I want to say thank you for your service. It's critically important and much admired. And consistent with our tradition, we have a small token of our appreciation for you, as well as something for your family that I know is present at all of your events and strong supporters of you. So I'm going to give this to you. You can open it later and we have some flowers for your wife.
Thank you. I will take it. I'm just going to take a picture. Yeah, let's take a picture. Monica,
And if the
Monica, can you
city,
come?
if
can
the
you come
city
to-
staff can come to the front
you
as
come
well
with
as
the
the
kids
council, we're
and-
going to take a picture
Dad.
and we invite the family as well. Yes, please. Thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. City Manager. At this time, I'd like to give the council the opportunity to make remarks to Mayor Salimi. I'll start with Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Thank you for your service to Pinole, and I wish you the best and most importantly, the healthiest years to come for you and your family. Be well.
Councilmember Toms.
Sure. I want to thank you for sort of putting a pause on your busy life to come in and help us here in the city of Pinole. I know that you've sacrificed your business, you've sacrificed your family time to help serve in Pinole, and we are most appreciative of that. We wish you well in the future. Thank you.
Councilor Tave.
Vincent, just want to say thank you. 2018, Vincent and I ran for office and spent a lot of time, working on the campaign and developing what Pinole needs and talking to you, the community. One of the things I want to say is that Vincent and I made sure that we talked to everybody, and Vincent really took that to the next level in engaging the community. Pinole is better because of you. And your leadership is really, I think it sets a standard. And with our new incoming mayor, I think we're going to elevate that standard, keep moving forward. So you set us on a great trajectory as mayor, and I just want to say thank you again. All right.
From me to you, Mayor Salimi, thank you so much for your leadership and your courage to stand on issues that are so relevant to who our community is. And thank you for, yes, taking some time out of your very busy life as a notable businessman who has created a project in a community I was born in Bayview Hunters Point in San Francisco. I'm so grateful for your leadership and courage, and you are certainly going to be missed on this council. And I think I can speak proudly for the city in saying that your energy, as well as your exceptional values and brilliance, is something that we have to keep here and mold to this new council. So thank you so much. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you so much, council. I want to turn it over to Mayor Salimi for his remarks before we have a short break and then reconvene to complete the reorganization of our council.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to make a quick speech for 3 minutes, and I've got a surprise after my speech, and then we'll have a break. So, I was born in Iran, and at the time I was born, it was during the war. And for the first 4 years of my life, I didn't know if I'm going to stay alive. And my family was kind enough to be able to move to France, and my dad actually was able to secure the last flight from Iran to Paris, France. And I went to France, didn't speak the language, and I had to learn to speak. And At the age of 19, I heard of the American dream, but I never heard of the French dream. I heard of the French nightmare, but I wanted to go after the American dream. So I came with $500 and an English dictionary and a lot of hope. I went to Berkeley and actually went back a few days ago at the same YMCA that I used to stay. And I kind of reminded me back of where I came from. And this dream would not have been possible without every single person in this room. And I'm not any better than anybody else. I'm not any better, but I just hope in myself. And I've had wonderful people who believed in me and worked with me. It was a great honor to serve you as a mayor. I've been very grateful to be representing such a beautiful city. You know, and I really try to create this energy where everybody can work together. And this is what I've done as part of my business. And in the last 4 years, when Anthony Tave and the rest of the council joined this council, we still had to deal with what happened in 2008. The city went to a division to the recall, and Anthony Tave and I felt like we were like the kids of the parents who just divorced, and they were still arguing, and they were asking to the kid, well, the parents are divorced now, who do you want to choose, the dad or the mom? And Anthony and I were like, I'm not going to choose between the mom and the dad. We both love the city and we're just going to do our best. And sometimes we're arguing with people who were just looking at a different perspective on the same issue. People were arguing about if the cup was half empty or half full. And Anthony and the rest of the council was able to determine that it's the same thing. It really doesn't matter. Just when you drink, you just have half of a glass. So we really stopped that division. We really decided to work together. We worked on the budget. We were able to add additional staff to the city council. We increased the hours of the library. The library issue was just $100,000 issue, but took so much of the staff effort for the last 5-10 years. They probably spent $200,000 discussing about it. We decided as a council that it was worth to work with the county and spend that $100,000. And that $100,000 that we spent per year actually helped to rebuild that relationship that we had with the county. The county came back 2 years later and gave us $2 million per year. That $100,000 per year investment we did to the library somehow helped improving the relationship and us getting that $2 million per year to Measure X and being able to reopen that fire station that was closed for the last 14 years. Not only we did that, but we were also able to increase the saving of the city. We have approximately about $24 million saved in the city, not just in a general account, but on all the sources of accounts that we have. We actually new businesses in Pinole and sold the businesses in downtown that remained empty for the last 10 years. We increased the funding for the police and the fire department. And in less than 2 years, the city council, with the help of the staff, we would not have done anything if it wasn't for the staff that have done all the work. Every single person, we are just policymaker, but the staff are the people who really did everything for us. In the last 2 years, the city of Pinole has approved more housing in the last 2 years than we ever did for the last 20 years combined. And I think our accomplishment for the last 4 years was just remarkable, especially knowing where we come from. We're in the midst, and we are still in the middle of doing a pandemic. We did that during a pandemic. And I think if people were to look back at us 50 years from now, they would really appreciate what we at the city and the council did, including the staff. But very quickly, what is next is not the end. Economic development is very, very important. I always try to run the city like I run a business. So we need to bring in an additional $80 million to help us with that CIP that we have. $80 million in the next 10 years at approximately City Council, $8 million to fix our roads per year. And we cannot do that. We have different means of taxation that would help us to do that. The charter city and the real estate transfer tax would bring probably $2 million out of $8 million. A parcel tax can bring another $2 million. Bonds can bring another $2 million. And increasing sales tax can also bring another $2 million. So it's just a series of events that need to go one after the other one to be able to fill that $8 million gap. It's just one after the other one. And as I said, always, opening a municipal bank is very, very crucial. We have the ability at the city to open a municipal bank, and I would like you to continue. I have known that the Pinole will have a very successful future. It's just a matter of believing in yourself. And I know Mayor Murphy, you'll be able with the rest of the council to achieve such a great achievement because you do have the right mindset. I would like to thank you for being my mayor pro tem and helping me to accomplish everything I wanted. And congratulate you also for being the first African-American mayor in the history of our city. And I also would like to congratulate our first mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Maureen Thoms, who is, your father was also the mayor of the city. So next year when you'll be a mayor, there'll be a fathers and daughters mayor, and that'll be our first as well. Councilmember Martinez Ruben and Anthony Tave, Anthony and Norma, thank you very much. I come from a composed family, a mixed family. The people who don't know me, my sister, my nephew is African American, and my goddaughter is Filipina. So the fact that I have David becoming the mayor really means a lot to me and to my family as well. And the fact that we have our first Filipino elected here in this history of the city, Councilmember Sasai, congratulations, and I'm very proud of you, and congratulations to your parents and your family. We also have an African-American Filipino as part of the city council, which is our city attorney, Eric Casher. So you bring that gap together. Thank you. I also would like to thank the former council members, Maria Alegria, Debbie Long, Stephen Tilton, Pete Murray, Royce Ranger, and Tim Banulos, and Mary Houghton. My work would not have been possible if it wasn't for the help. I actually sat with them once per month, and they were here to help me to bridge the gap and help me to become a better mayor. And even though they were not elected, I would like to thank them for the work they have done. It's just the direction of the cities and confirm the change in direction of the policies of who and what we're going to do in the city. So thank you again. Our staff, I know that I forget you when I became the mayor. The first person I would like to thank is our city clerk, Heather Bell. Thank you. Our assistant city clerk, Roxanne Stone, thank you again. Our city manager, Andrew Murray, who did all that wonderful work behind the scenes to make that possible. Andrew, you worked very hard to make Pinole a better place. Thank you. Our city attorney, Eric Casher, a very talented person with a great heart. I'm very proud to call you my friend. Our fire chief, Juan Coop, that helped us opening Station 74. Chief Gang, thank you very much for spending those days with me and educating me. Our finance director, Marquisha Hillary, thank you so much. And I also would like to thank the entire employees of the city of Pinole. And I would not be standing tonight in front of you without the support of my best friend, the rock of our family, the love of my life, Monica Hicks. My kids, Lila and Dylan, I love you very much. Lila is actually turning 6 tomorrow. Happy birthday, Lila. I would like to also thank my father here and my mother who is in France, my mother-in-law. And I also would like to thank Congressman Gary Mandy Thompson, Supervisor Joya and Glover. But above all, I think I have to truly thank you, the people of Pinole, who helped me to become the person I wanted to be, which is truly an American dream. And finally, even though it's hard for me to leave you tonight, I want to tell you that it makes me very, very happy. And on that note, I would like to share something with you. What is this? So, David, from Pinole TV, I'm going to share my screen in a few seconds. We'll see what will happen here. Let's see if we can share the screen.
Mayor, we actually have one more public comment card. Could we take that, but while you queue up the video? Okay, thank you.
might think crazy, what about I am don't change. Hey, because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Clap along if you this is to you. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Bring me down, can't none bring me down. Love down, can't none bring me down. I said, 'cause I feel like a room without a roof. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along, you know what happiness is. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Come on.
Thank you. I'm very happy. Madam Tilakra, I'm going to be gone, but I think we have one more comment.
We do. Stephen Dorsey?
This is on. Good evening, council, staff, Mayor Salimi, incoming Mayor Devin Murphy, Stephen Dorsey. I'm representative with firefighter local 1230. I'm also fire captain here in the city of Pinole. Make my comments brief. Sorry for the last minute comment, but I just wanted to thank you and the council for all the hard work that you've done with your time on the council, the dedication, the collaborative work, speaking specifically on fire services. This council's made some decisions that have been great decisions to drastically improve fire service delivery here in the city. Without the collaborative, the collective work on this issue, we wouldn't be at this resolution today. So I wanted to thank you and everyone on this council for those efforts and that hard work. Not only does it improve firefighter safety greatly, not only in our city, but in our region or Battalion 7 out here on the west end of the county. It also is going to be monumental, excuse me, improvements to the services to the citizens that are well deserved. So I'm really proud to get that accomplished and work with you guys to get to this point. And I can't express enough how much we from the Pinole Fire Department appreciate those efforts into improving the services for the public. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you everyone for your comments. Thank you, Mayor Salimi, again for your remarkable service. And I again just want to thank you so much for all of what you're all of what you do. And just for being such a great friend as well. So thank you so much. Public, we are now going to take a quick recess as we gear into the next phase of our reorganization, which is administering the oath of office. We're going to change our nameplates here, and you probably want to use the restroom in the meantime so you don't miss a picture out with your favorite council member. So we'll take a we'll take a 3 to 5 minute break, and we'll get back started. Thank you. All right. We're gonna get started soon, so please take your seats. Again, we're gonna get started soon, so please take your seats. No. Testing. Good evening again. Good evening. Good evening. All right. All right. I think we have to bring back our youth commission because it's great to see so many kids behind the dais this morning or this evening. Sure, please. Okay, perfect. No problem. All right, the first family's leaving. Good evening again, everyone. My name is Devin Murphy. I'm the Mayor Pro Tem for the City of Pinole, and I'm now calling the meeting back to order of the Pinole City Council. We are now back in session. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is item 10D. The item is to administer oath of offices to our newly elected council members. I will ask the city clerk, Heather Bell, to lead this item.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So we have 3 council members who have been elected for a 4-year term. We will take one at a time with our oath, starting with Cameron Sasai, followed by Anthony Tave, and then Norma Martinez Rubin. So I'm very happy and honored to introduce a special guest here at the meeting tonight to administer our first oath, and that is Mary Lou Sasai. Would you please come up? And actually, I'll have Cameron, if you can come to the front as well. And Mary Lou is Cameron's mother. She'll be performing the oath for him today.
The execution of the oath is required by Article 20, Section 3 of the Constitution of the State of California. Raise your right hand. I state your name.
I, Cameron Desai,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties of the office
the duties of this office
upon which I'm about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. She's going to be a tough act to follow. Okay, for our next oath, I'm very honored to do this one myself, and this will be for Anthony Tate. Repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Anthony Tate,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
of the office upon which I am about to enter.
of the office upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, for our next oath, we have Councilmember Martinez Rubin, and we will have City Attorney Casher do the swearing in.
Raise your right hand. I, and state your name,
I, Norma Martinez Rubin,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties of the office
the duties of the office
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Another congratulations to all of our council members. So next, I would like to give each opportunity, another opportunity for each council member to make comments. I'll start with Councilor Martinez Rubin.
Let's go.
Thank you, Councilor Martinez Rubin. Councilor Tave.
Just very excited. Thank you, citizens of Pinole, for electing me yet again. Promise to serve you well, and please reach out. And by any ways, email, text, phone, whatever we do these days, email, whatever it is, or just catch me at Trader Joe's or something. But just want to say thank you again and look forward. We got a great group, and I think you're going to see a lot of progress here from this council. So thank you.
And last but certainly not least, Councilor Sasai.
Feel bad because my comments are gonna be pretty long, but we did it, y'all. We really did this, and it's truly an honor of a lifetime to be serving city council, the city in which I was born and raised. I'm born and raised here in Pinole. I believe the only other person who is born and raised here in Pinole on this council is Councilmember Maureen Toms. And so first off, I want to praise Jesus and all the blessings and adversities that build my character and led me to this point. I remember the very first few days of knocking on doors here in Pinole.
and I came across a resident, my neighbor, and she didn't like me. She thought I was too young, didn't think I was a viable candidate. And she said something that I remember. And she said, it would take a miracle for you to be voted in. And to that I say amen, because we're here. And it took a lifetime of miracles to get to this point, through disappointments, anxiety, depression, and like always, God always comes through for his people. So I want to thank my amazing parents, Mary Lou and David, who are my role models. Thank you to my mom. Thank you to my mom who raised me to be who I am, to be strong and to think independently. I don't know if y'all know this, but she's also one of the biggest reasons why we won this election. She helped campaign at farmers markets. She wrote to the East Bay Times and she knocked on doors with me almost every day. And even on the days when I didn't want to canvass, she told me to get my behind out there and talk to people. She came here to the United States when she was not even a few years younger than I am right now. Moved from Quezon City, Philippines to the Bay Area and eventually to the city of Pinole in 1989. She's the definition of the American dream. I want to thank my dad for always being there for me. There wasn't a time when I thought he wasn't there or if I was not supported. He is why I have such a strong work ethic and why I grew up to have a love for justice. I remember a few weeks back, he told me a story that he had when he grew up in a farm in Sacramento County, and how his grandmother would be screaming in the middle of the night because she was in agony from how hard she worked. My dad, his family, following the incarceration of Japanese Americans during World War II, worked as farm workers in Sacramento County, and they were on their hands and knees every single day, picking fruit from the ground with little to no hope. Only the hope that one day their two sons would go to college, and they did. My dad is a proud alum of Cal Poly San Luis Obispo and got his degree in mechanical engineering. He raised and provided for two sons who are now doing incredible things. I want to thank all those who endorsed me and worked to get me elected: California Attorney General Rob Bonta, District Attorney Deanna Becton, Mayor Salimi, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, and many others who believed in me and placed their confidence in me. AFSCME Local 1, Vince Wells and Steve Dorsey of Local 1230, California Democratic Party, Our Revolution East Bay, 3 Contra Costa Action. Thank you for helping us get out the vote. Thank you for your support, and thank you for knocking on doors with me. Thank you to all the volunteers, my family, friends, neighbors who knocked on doors, dropped literature, donated. I had the world's best campaign manager, Victor Tiglau. Unfortunately, couldn't make it here today. But I'm also thankful for people who I consider my advisors, David and Irma Rupert, and John Bender, who worked tirelessly on this campaign with me. Last and certainly not least, thank you to my greatest mentor, my brother, Kyle Sasai. He is essentially the smarter, more well-spoken version of myself. And I'm very thankful for the sacrifices, hearing me vent, giving me advice, and keeping me in check. That I walk with honesty, integrity, and with compassion for the marginalized. Not condescension, philanthropy, but meeting people where they're at. In honor of my brother, who gave me a book by Dr. Cornel West when I was in high school, I'm going to share a Dr. Cornel West quote with you all today. And it's, if you seriously talk about loving people, then you ought to have a deep hatred of injustice. And if you have a deep hatred of injustice, you ought to be able to do more. And serving on this council is my version of doing more for my community. This is a new era for Pinole, and to our residents, I will be your strongest advocate and will always put your needs above special interest. And while my name is on this dais, this is the people's seat. I work for you, and I will approach this office with the same tenacity that I approached my community engagement during my campaign. I'm looking forward to working with our amazing city council and city staff to address your needs with a focus on responsible community-led budgeting, protecting Black lives, keeping power accountable, and putting equity and justice first when we pursue policy. Once again, thank you for your vote and this opportunity to represent and serve the people in the great city of Pinole. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much and congratulations to all of our council members. I'm going to ask the city clerk, are there any public comments? And while we have the first public comment go up, I think there was a additional item that Councilor Martinez Rubin would like to say.
Thank you. I did mean it when I said let's go, because we've got lots to get going that we started 4 years ago. But even prior to then, I think it was Mayor Pro Tem Murphy at that point, and Mayor Salimi that acknowledged the different councils that had been here prior to us and the different mayors and other council members who had been here prior to us. So I'm of the inkling that we have to consider history to let us know where we are, whether that is our city's history or our personal history. And I don't want to minimize the value of that in recognizing that the work that we have before us will be a consequence of that history. And I do want to thank, on a serious note, I do want to thank that part of the history is everyone, the 2,607 votes that I received to allow me to represent the city of Pinole again. I come into my second term with eyes a little wider open than the first term. And as is customary, it isn't until you sit on the dais that you realize how much it isn't to be a representative of the community. So I have asked people who I know personally, as well as those who I come to know over time, to keep me on the straight and path of recognizing that this position is not about me. It's about representing the citizens and the residents. I purposely use the term residents, the residents of Pinole. And what you consider to be important is something that I have to recognize it ought to be represented as well. The matter of whether it's a want or a need is a matter of opinion. So you have to also be participants in our deliberations, because 5 of us cannot tell everything there is to know about what is important in the city. And it's especially significant to us as representatives to realize that as we make it through our deliberations, many of which are easy and some of them which are not. And that's the challenge of being here as a local elected. I want to thank wholeheartedly my number one fan, my husband, Jeff Rubin, who through it all has allowed me to keep my sense of humor about what it is like to be in public office and to listen to the different requests that come to us as public electeds when people have expectations of us that go beyond what we as single council members are able to complete. Thank you everyone for your support, and see you in town. And the beauty of being in Pinole, my adopted hometown, I hail from Los Angeles, is that we can see each other, whether it's at the post office or at the market or down the street, and greet each other and continue living what we profess we want to have happen in our city. And that is to value each other as individuals, recognize that we have differences in opinion, and as the cliche goes, agree to disagree if we must. But overall, that we keep the goals of health and safety in our city at the forefront of our mind. And that we also look forward to sustaining our city or having projects and programs that are sustainable and don't lead us to a catastrophic financial disaster that other cities have faced over time. That is the challenge that we all have as council members. I look forward to working with you all. Thank you again, sweetie Jeff, and my other office companion, Jazz, four-legged friend. For all of those of you who have such companions, you know the value of them. There are a couple of projects that I have in mind to involve them as well. Looking forward to your support. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk Bell, do we have any public comments?
Yes, we do. Rafael Menes, followed by Alex Walker Griffin.
Greetings, Mayor Murphy. Tonight, I'd like to make a few comments in praise of Councilmember Sasai. Councilmember Sasai has, done the right thing. He got out there, he walked among the community. He spoke his truth, coming from his background, the work that he did, just being 23 years of age, just having graduated from college, going out there, being in the community, and showing everybody why he was the person we all can trust to fight for us, to fight for justice, to fight for a more sustainable and equitable community, to fight for a community that's literally built better to support all of us and all of our different modes of transportation and being. So I just wanted to say, thank you, Cameron, for all the work that you've done so far to prepare yourself for this work and for all the work that you will do to support all of us as a community and to offer you whatever assistance that I can in helping you and helping the council as a whole make Pinole a better place. Your work, your effort, your knowledge and background bring a unique experience and perspective to Pinole that we haven't necessarily had in the council chambers before. And I am certain that it will be a great boon both to the council's deliberations and to our community as a whole, everything that you could bring to us. So thank you.
And I'm back for round two. I'm sorry. Congratulations, Mayor Murphy. Congratulations, Councilmember Sasai. On behalf of the over 40 young elected officials in the state under the age of 35, I want to be the first to say congratulations and welcome to your inspiring post. More often than not, people are very cynical of this country, and rightfully so. There's a lot of reasons to be upset, but looking at this council tonight is a reason to be happy. And not to mention that Raphael Warnock just won, so that's another reason to be happy. But looking at this dais right now gives me hope. I know that me and Devin share mutual ancestry of being descendant of slaves, and me and Cameron also share mutual ancestry being both Filipino. This is the American dream right in front of you people. So for all the kids out there at Ella Hurst and Pinole Middle School and Pinole Valley High School, even though I'm a Titan, you have a reason to be inspired. Your council is inspiring. I came here many years ago as a teenager in a Thrasher hoodie, complaining about Pinole needs a skate park. And to see some of my two close friends that I consider brothers to be up behind this council is something that inspires me. So on behalf of the Hercules City Council and the City of Hercules, we wanted to say congratulations, and our door is always open to working with our brothers and sisters right over the bridge. Thank you.
Looks like we have one more speaker, Mary Horton.
Thank you. I will fill out a card afterwards, I promise. Mary Horton, resident of Pinole, former mayor and council member. Congratulations to all, to Norma, Devin, congratulations as mayor, Anthony, and Cameron Sasai. He stepped right up and said, "Hey, I know you. You're Mary Horton." I said, "Yeah, that's right." He goes, "You know why I remember that? I saw your name on the plaque," and I was impressed that he recognized it. He goes, "Yeah, you were mayor the year I was born." So, that's politics. They lift you up and then they bring you right down. So, I shared with Cameron my concern for pedestrian safety. And I realize, and I'm a product of government just as everyone is here, but please do not take too long to come up with some solutions. If you can make a half step, do it. The concern that I have is here in front of the Catholic Church. I don't know if people have noticed this, but if you drive at dusk right by the fire station, the vision is impaired. All you can see is shadows going across the crosswalk. You don't see the people. So if there's lights on the crosswalk or whatever can be done, an interim step, please don't take several years. Do something immediately before someone else is killed. We have to take that seriously. There's 2 other incidents of people getting killed in crosswalks that I'm aware of. So please consider that thoughtfully and move as expediently as you can. Thank you very much.
Thank you, City Clerk Bell. Do we have any other public comments?
Yes, we do. We have one online, Vincent Wells.
Thank you. Mr. Wells?
Yes. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Vince Wells. As most of you know, I'm president of Firefighters Local 1230 and represent the Pinole firefighters, and I have been in this position since 2008. So I've had the opportunity to work with City Council from that point on to where we are today. And I do want to thank and congratulate those that have won this election. And I know, this was a race that took a lot of work. And so I just wanted to acknowledge those that were successful in joining this council, and look forward to working with all of you in the future. So I just wanted to acknowledge that, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments tonight?
No, that concludes public comments.
Great. So we now will move on to our next item on the agenda. Once again, I'll ask City Clerk Bell to introduce the item. That's item E.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I'll make this a brief summary of the report. We do have an honored guest here that is waiting very patiently for our next item. So the City Council has a longstanding tradition approved by resolution to select a mayor and mayor pro tem on a rotation basis. This is prioritized by the receipt of the highest votes in the prior election. On October 19th, 2010, Resolution 2010-87 was adopted by the City Council, which approved the current succession procedures. This resolution requires the city clerk to prepare and maintain a current mayoral rotation schedule, recording the mayoral ascension following each municipal election. The proposed rotation schedule based on the 2022 municipal election of officers is contained as attachment C in the staff report. So the staff is recommending this evening by minute order that the council approve the 2022 mayoral rotation schedule and adopt a resolution appointing Devin Murphy as mayor and Maureen Toms as mayor pro tem. And I'll turn it back to the mayor pro tem for any questions. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk Bell. Does the council have any questions or comments on this item? Not seeing any, I'll ask the public, do we have any public comment on this item?
No public comment.
Okay. Then I'll circle right back to the council and ask for or entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve rotation schedule by minute order and adopt resolution per staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Thank you. There's a motion by Councilor Martinez Rubin and a second by Councilor Tate. I will ask this, the clerk for a roll call vote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Sasai,
Aye.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Tate,
Yes.
Councilmember Toms,
Yes.
and Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you. So at this time, our city clerk will facilitate the oaths for the mayor and mayor pro tem. The city clerk will also invite special guests for our oaths of office. So please, City Clerk Bell.
Thank you. So the very first oath that we'll do is for the Mayor Pro Tem. So I'll invite Maureen Toms down. right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Maureen Toms,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly
that
swear
I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance
and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
of the office
of the office
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Heather.
All right, so the next oath that we'll do will be for the office of mayor, and I'm going to invite Malia Cohen, who's our state controller-elect, up to the dais, please.
Good evening, Pinole. This has been such a wonderful exercise in democracy. Thank you for allowing me to witness. I'm so inspired. Congratulations, former Mayor Salimi. It's been a privilege just to see you in action, even for a brief moment, to meet you, your father, to hear your story, your family. I mean, truly embracing all that this country has to offer. It's very inspiring. And to the newly elected and re-elected council members, congratulations to Councilman Member Sasai. Just want to let you know there will continue to be haters, but you stay prayed up and you will stay up always. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to recognize another victor that's in our chamber this afternoon or this evening, and that's Cesar Cepeda, who is won Richmond City Council seat and also a nail biter. So not only was Raphael Warnock knocking it out and winning it, but so did Cesar. Congratulations, my friend. So leadership looks like many different things. And I want you to remember that we are here to celebrate, but when difficult conversations happen, when this chamber is rocking with public discourse and disagreement, keep in mind this moment that this is what democracy looks like. This is it in action. And without further ado, please join me as we make this monumental history moment a reality. All right, will you please join me by raising your right hand? Come closer a little bit so we can catch your voice. All right. Please repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Devin T. Murphy,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties
of this office upon which I am about to enter.
of this office upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. And thank you so much again for our state controller-elect, the woman who runs California, really, the checks at least, Malia Cohen. Thank you so much. Wow. Wow, thank you. I want to open it up, but I want to start with our Mayor Pro Tem, Toms.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank
The
you.
first one that got,
Thank you.
I went on
Thank
record,
you.
the first one that got to call you that. I wanted to thank everybody in the chambers tonight. I want to thank my family, first and foremost. I have my parents that are watching online, Jack and Teresa Meehan, and my daughter and my son-in-law and my two grandsons, Tara Toms, Kagan and Michael Kagan, and Oliver and Oren watching on Zoom. And then here in the chambers with me, I have my sister, Kathy Brunstein, my husband, Joe Toms, my two sons, Kyle Toms and Sean Toms. And I want to really recognize the hard work that this council has done in the past and the work that we're about to do. We have a lot on our plate in the coming years, including housing issues, economic development issues, infrastructure, lots and lots of infrastructure to be working on. Our partnerships with the school district, with the other cities, the region, the other jurisdictions in the region. We need to work on safety, vehicular safety, pedestrian safety, bicycle safety. Those are all important issues. And then, of course, our budget and our healthy reserves that we have. We need to retain those healthy reserves, because at any moment we can be stuck by an emergency. And those reserves are really going to pull us through during an emergency. So with that, I just want to thank everybody. And we do need to get going.
Let's go. Thank you. Thank you again. I just want to say a few words to the residents of Pinole, Pinole City staff, and of course, my esteemed Pinole City Council, and all the world watching. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to serve you in the last 2 years as your city council member. I am proud to serve in this role as your new mayor and pleased to have you join us tonight in our treasured Pinole, California. I am so grateful, beyond grateful, because the challenges, the sacrifices, the obstacles that my parents who are here tonight, our ancestors, and the original indigenous people to this land face reminds us that this moment tonight is their wildest dreams. Thank you to my parents for giving me life, urging me to live in my truth and authenticity, and live life to the fullest as a form of resistance and resilience. Thank you to the 6,631 voters in Pinole who trusted me to serve you. Because of your overwhelming support, we have received the highest amount of votes of anyone who has run for Pinole City Council in this city's history. I do not take this affirmation lightly. And it's for this reason that my term as mayor will keep your concerns and inquiries front and center. Thank you to our city clerk for running sharp elections and prioritizing the integrity of our democracy. We thank you for that every single day. Pinole is a beautiful city that I'm proud to live in. I'm proud of my father for moving us here 25 years ago, a time where our family was quite frankly one of the first African-American families in our neighborhood. While our treasured city of Pinole is headed towards a brighter future, we cannot ignore the challenges that we face now and the potential challenges ahead. Our small businesses who help create our balanced budget with their sales taxes and property taxes are still hurting and recovering from the pandemic. Many people in Pinole have lost their jobs, are looking for jobs, and still struggling to eat. Senior residents in our communities are stuck in their homes without much social interaction, even people to check in on them. Black, Indigenous, and communities of color here in our city still struggle with state violence and erasure of their experiences. And of course, I would be remiss if I didn't say the impacts of our climate crisis, wildfires, sea level rise, and drought are impacting each one of us right here, right now. 2 years ago, I sought out to run an inclusive campaign to reflect the importance of building a new generation of leadership in Pinole. What that work has expanded to is now about centering the voices of those who have gone unheard. To those who have gone ignored in this city, in our town, I say to you that it is time for your local government to hear you and amplify your voice in needs and co-govern with you to create an equitable, long-term solution centering the values of justice, equity, accessibility, transparency, and diversity. As mayor, I will prioritize a few things. Number one, paving a road to recovery of the pandemic by championing smart economic growth. We must prioritize a clean environment and ensure the health of our Pinole families and seniors. I will prepare and protect the funding of emergency personnel and ensure that our community is resilient and prepares for all disaster scenarios. I will continue to enhance our parks, outdoor trails, our treasured Pinole Creek, public facilities like our youth center and our senior center, and of course, our waterfront. I will continue to combat the impacts of the climate crisis. I believe that Pinole is not just a leader in climate action, but we can be the regional leader in climate action and fighting the climate crisis by reducing our emissions and focusing on clean energy. I know the importance of staying connected. And so my commitment to you as mayor is I will prioritize improving citywide communications to keep you in the know and to combat the misinformation that is across our community. And last but not least, everyone in this room is a part of this vision. And that's to create a more just, a more equitable, and an inclusive city by embracing our tremendous diversity as the 6th most diverse city in the state of California. I have no doubt that Pinole will be successful. It's just a matter of recognizing that our differences are opportunities for getting through what's to come. We need innovative leadership, ready to tackle unprecedented circumstances. We can't rely on old tools in the toolbox to fix new, unique problems. I am confident that the current composition of this council and our phenomenal city staff that we've brought in prepares us to be a world-class 21st century city that all of our residents in Pinole deserve. First and foremost, I want to thank the higher power for waking me up on this tremendous day and allowing me to serve in this role. Today, I'm the first of many, but I'm really proud to be a man of God because I know I won't be the last. I want to thank my mother and father, my grandparents, my brothers, Dijon, Donald, Dominic, Dyer, and DeAndre, my nieces and nephews, the Pinole firefighters, the Contra Costa Labor Council, Contra Costa Trades, Dave and Irma Rupert, the Pinole Progressive Alliance, 350 Contra Costa, AC Transit Director Javanka Beckles, the California Democratic Party and the Contra Costa Democratic Party, David and Anna Smith, Sal Spatero, Ann and Kent Moriarty, Rafael Menes, Frankie and Lance, Marissa and Lawrence, George and Kristen Pursley, and so many others. Of course, I couldn't include the numerous amount of supporters I've received over the years to successfully serve you. So if I missed your name from the bottom of my heart, know I am so grateful. for all of what you've given me. Thank you. I am honored to have earned the trust to serve as the mayor of the city of Pinole, the youngest, the first Black, and the first openly gay mayor of this city in over 100-year history. Over 2 years, we've led the city through the height of the COVID pandemic. We've acknowledged the most marginalized communities in our town. We've created opportunities for small business growth. We've developed a participatory budgeting model that allows our residents to co-govern with us. We've celebrated our outstanding diversity, and we've cleaned up the wrongs of our past. Pinoleans deserve the utmost best. Fulfilling our potential as a city will require our council to fulfill our potential as a body, as a strong, responsible, transparent, and collaborative council. A council that upholds responsible participatory governance. A council as great and excellent as the people we serve. There is no going backwards for Pinole. There is only moving forward. I thank the numerous community members that made this possible, the members of the community who continue to reach out to us. And I want you to know that the numerous members of our community who take into account all of what we do and help us to create a data-centered, delivery-driven local government. We will continue to build the vibrant, inclusive, and resilient city we all deserve. And as your mayor, I will continue to serve the Pinole residents with the utmost respect, honor, and hard work every day to deliver you the governance you deserve. I conclude, and as I conclude, as a human rights activist and as anti-apartheid revolutionary and former president of South Africa, Nelson Mandela once said, our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It is our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us. This freedom fighter and President Nelson Mandela also said that courage is not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. Community, I say this with the utmost confidence, we are not small. We are not small. When I think about the future of Pinole, all I see is a bright light ahead. One that is lit with the pillars of representative democracy, cultural diversity, economic and environmental resiliency, and the courage to believe that our most boldest imaginations are possible. Community, playing small doesn't serve us, our families, or our children. By opening the doors and windows of City Hall, we will empower the public to be a partner in our decision-making. So once again, I thank you for this opportunity. My hope, my dream, and my will is to make you feel proud, safe, and thriving in the city that you live in and visit. My name is Devin T. Murphy, and I am honored to be the mayor of the great city of Pinole, California. Thank you. God bless you. God bless the residents of Pinole, and God bless all the people on this land that we call Earth. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So thank you again. And I'm going to call a recess for 15 minutes as we have a reception in the City Hall foyer. And welcome everybody back by 8:45. Thank you.
David's turning on the microphone. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. There are refreshments in the lobby. If you want to make your way out to the lobby, there are refreshments. Thank you.
All right, we're going to get started, everybody. If everybody can get back to their seats, thank you. All right. Is our Pinole television team ready? Thank you. Okay, we are going to get started. Welcome back, everyone. I call us back into session. The next item on the agenda is public hearings and old business. We have none this evening, so we will move on to new business. Item 13A is nominate council members to serve on boards and subcommittees. This item is to nominate council members to serve on boards and subcommittees. And at this time, we will review we will review the list of council assignments one by one and make nominations to each one. I will lead this discussion just to ensure that our new council member knows the different council boards and subcommittees. And of course, the city clerk will help read back the list. There is no need to make a motion for each one, but if there is a disagreement, we will reach a consensus or a vote from the city council on a particular nomination. So that being said, we'll start with the first one. Give me one moment. Actually, city clerk, can you actually go through the first one, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So the first committee on the list, I want to make sure I'm reading from the most recent. Yes, this is the most recent. Okay, so the first one is the Association of Bay Area Governments, ABAG. The delegate from the past list is Tom's, with the alternate being Murphy.
Great. And so ABAG is the Association of Bay Area Governments. It's the entity in which several agencies across the Bay Area come together, I believe quarterly and also yearly. Gotcha. With subcommittees as well, though, correct? There are no subcommittees to ABAG. Okay.
There are subcommittees to the board,
Sure.
but not the General Assembly.
Right. But there are subcommittees to the board of ABAG, so there are opportunities to engage with those committees by attendance. By
attendance, but not.
Thank you.
for This, yeah.
Right. So this appointment, of course, is to the delegate to the General Assembly, but there are opportunities to also engage in ABAG in other ways too. So that being said, we'll start with that one. Councilmember Times, are you interested?
Still interested.
Okay. I'm happy to not serve as the alternate. Is there anyone interested in serving as the alternate on this committee?
I'm interested in serving as alternate.
Wonderful. Great. We will go to the next one. Councilmember Tate?
Oh, your mic, please. Thank you.
Do we want to take these and approve them if there's two seats or two people interested? I think and only go off of what's contested.
Yeah, I think we want to go down each one just to ensure that, number one, we all are informed about what they do and the responsibility. And if we do reach a conflict or a disagreement, we can actually take a motion.
Got it.
That makes sense?
Right.
Perfect. The next is Marin Clean Energy. This is our clean electricity provider. It's a joint powers agreement. So several cities across Contra Costa County, as well as Solano and Marin, are a part of this committee, a part of this JPA. I currently serve as the delegate, and Council Mayor Pro Tem Toms serves as the alternate. I will be looking to continue serve as the delegate. I'm not too sure if Councilmember Toms.
Still interested in being the alternate.
Thank you. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Toms, excuse me. Thank you. Is interested. So, are there any folks who are interested in serving in this role? Doesn't look like it. Great. We'll continue then. Pinole Hercules Wastewater Subcommittee is the committee tasked with the operations and logistics around our wastewater treatment plant through a JPA with the city of Hercules. As you can see, the meetings are quarterly, and currently council members Tave and Mayor Pro Tem Toms serve as delegates, and I am the alternate. I am not interested in serving as the alternate, and I'm happy to open up the space. But Councilmember Tave and Mayor Pro Tem Toms, are you both interested in serving?
I
Yeah.
am.
I am too.
Okay. Is there anyone who's interested in serving as the alternate? Okay. If not, I'm happy to remain as the alternate. I just want to make sure I open that up in case anyone is interested in being an alternate. We'll keep going. Number 4 is the West Contra Costa Integrated Waste Management Authority, which is also known as Recycled More. This is also a joint powers agreement agency in which several cities in West County are making decisions around our waste management and our partnership about solid waste. So right now, the delegate is Councilmember Tave, and I am the alternate. I am also happy to, again, relieve myself of duties as the alternate, but Councilor Tave, are you interested in remaining as the delegate?
Yeah, I'll remain.
Okay. Is there anyone who's interested in serving as the alternate? All right. I'm happy to serve as the alternate if no one else is interested. I will continue on as the alternate. West Contra Costa County, Western Contra Costa Transit Authority, also known as WestCat. This is our bus system that a lot of us use and know, and they do have monthly meetings. Currently, the 2 delegates are, oops, excuse me, I did jump one, excuse me. Well, let's go to number 5, which is West Contra Costa Transportation Advisory Committee. Not to be confused with WestCat, this is called WITTAC. This is also another advisory committee focused on transportation in the West Contra Costa area. And I believe they also have a couple of appointments to other committees countywide as well, including Contra Costa Transportation Authority. So right now, the delegate is Councilor Martinez Rubin, and I am the alternate. And I am also happy to not serve as the alternate and relieve myself from these duties. If someone's interested, I'll ask Councilor Martinez Rubin if you're interested in remaining as the delegate. You are? Okay, wonderful. Is anybody interested in remaining in being a delegate here or an alternate here?
I'm interested in being either a delegate or alternate.
Okay, wonderful.
I'm interested as well.
In being
Either or.
okay. Okay, let's hold that interest and go back to it, if that's okay, City Clerk Bell. Great. Number 6 is Western Contra Costa Transit Authority, which is, as I mentioned before, our bus system, and lots of decisions being had here where delegates are Councilor Martinez Rubin as well as Mayor Pro Tem Toms, and I serve as the alternate. I am happy to relieve my duties again as alternate if someone wants to take that role. And I'll ask Council Member Martinez Rubin and Mayor Pro Tem Toms if you all are interested in serving as a delegate and/or alternate here.
I'm interested. I'll be the chair after July.
Great.
I'm interested in remaining as a delegate.
Okay. Is there anyone interested in serving as a delegate or alternate for this role? Anyone? Okay. Not hearing any, it sounds like I will keep to being an alternate on this committee. The next is number 7, Bayfront Chamber of Commerce. They are, I think, meeting monthly. It appears that Mayor Pro Tem Toms is our delegate there. Are you interested in remaining as our delegate? Okay. Is there anyone else interested in being our delegate to the Bayfront Chamber of Commerce?
Interested?
Okay, great. So we'll come back to number 7 as well. Is there anyone else?
I'm interested as well.
Okay, great. So we'll come back to number 7 and we'll have a formal conversation about that. There are a few committees that are determined ahead of time by way of the delegate. And that is the Contra Costa Mayor's Conference, which selects the mayor of each city to be the delegate. Selects 2 people, the mayor and the mayor pro tem. So I would be serving as the delegate there. Mayor pro tem Toms will be my alternate. Number 9, East Bay Division, League of Cities. This is also somewhere where I will be the delegate, and Mayor pro tem Toms will be my alternate. The West County Mayors and Supervisors Association as well. I will be the delegate and Mayor pro tem Toms will be the alternate. Great, so we'll move on to the subcommittees of the Pinole City Council. Number 11 is the Finance Subcommittee. This is also a committee where the mayor pro tem, and as well as the city treasurer are all delegates to the subcommittee. We'll continue that as tradition. Committee on Memorials is current delegates are Mayor pro tem Toms as well as myself. I am happy to relieve myself of those duties if other council members are interested.
Yeah, I'll be, so the committee, I could step in there.
Great,
Okay, and I'm interested in remaining.
Great.
There'll be 2 of us.
great. Anyone else interested in Committee on Memorials? All right, we'll keep moving. Thank you for your volunteerism. Number 13 is Municipal Code Ad Hoc Subcommittee. This is a committee that meets pretty often now, given the work that we've been doing, and they've been doing some amazing work. So thank you, council members Tave and Mayor Pro Tem Toms for your volunteerism. Are you all interested in serving on that
I'm
subcommittee?
interested.
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other council members interested? All right, council member Martinez Rubin's also interested. Any other council members interested in the Municipal Ad Hoc Subcommittee? Okay, so we'll go back to that one if the city clerk can take note. The next, number 14 is Planning Commission Interview Ad Hoc Subcommittee. That's currently delegates are Mayor Pro Tem Toms as well as Councilor Martinez Rubin. Are you all interested in serving in that committee?
Sure, I am.
Okay.
Yes.
Are there any other council members interested in serving in this committee? All right, fantastic. We will keep moving. The next is not item 14, but number 15, which is the Community Services Commission Interview Ad Hoc Subcommittee. Currently, Councilmember Tave, as well as myself, serve as the attendees to this committee. And I would be interested in relieving myself of duties if there are other council members who are interested in serving. And I asked Councilor Tave whether or not you're interested in continuing serving.
I'll serve, but if there's any interest, I happily step down from it.
Okay. Any other council members interested in the Community Services Commission Interview Ad Hoc Subcommittee?
I am interested.
Okay, great. That's Councilor Sasai. And that does leave 2. So because those are 2, I'll actually relieve myself. We can kind of keep moving on with that one. We don't have to go back. Number 16 is participants in the formation process of East Bay Wildfire Prevention and Vegetation Management Joint Powers Authority. They may have a new name given that there's been some progress there, but currently Mayor Pro Tem Toms and myself serve as contacts there. I am happy to relieve myself of duties in that committee. If other members of the council are interested in that, and I'll ask Mayor Pro Tem Toms if she's
I'm interested in staying.
Fantastic. Other council members, are you any interest from other council members?
I mean, I can step in there too.
Okay. Any other interest? All right. So that's 2 for that committee. I think we'll be fine to move forward there. Number 17 is the Historic Preservation Overlay Old Town Design Guideline Review Ad Hoc Subcommittee. Currently, the attendees are Councilor Martinez Rubin as well as Mayor Pro Tem Toms. I'm not too sure if this is a subcommittee we need a committee on still, but I will ask the city attorney actually.
Through the chair, I don't know that we need to have a subcommittee at this point because the city council, the last time this was brought to the city council, there was no direction to move any of the design guidelines forward. So I don't think there's a need for a committee at this point.
Okay.
Yes, part of this item can be to also direct staff to remove it. So if that's the recommendation, we can do that.
Sure. All right.
If I can say.
Mayor Pro Tem Thomas?
Yeah, I don't know if it's if it should be eliminated right away, because it was something that I had intended on bringing back as a, as an item for a future agenda item. I don't, it's hard to say whether or not there would be support for bringing it back, but.
Okay. Yes.
Through the mayor, I would just say if it does come back, we could also then make appointments at that time. So we could just consider this inactive and then address it at that time.
Okay, let's do
Thank
that
you.
for now. And if it comes back, we'll appoint council members as such. Number 18 is the Technology and Communications Subcommittee. Currently, the attendees are myself and Councilor Tave. I am actually interested in serving in this committee still, but also happy to step back if there is a monumental interest from the council. But I'll ask Councilor Tave if you're interested in serving.
Yeah, I'm still interested in serving on this committee.
Okay, are there any other council members interested in serving on the Technology and Communications Subcommittee? Okay, great. Looks like we have two there. And then last but not least, number 19 is the Project Labor Agreement Ad Hoc Subcommittee. This is relatively new and just was created last month, and currently Councilor Tave and Mayor Pro Tem Tom serve on this committee. Are you two interested in continuing your service on this committee? Great. Is there anyone else interested in serving on this subcommittee? All right, phenomenal. Looks like we got through most of those. If the city clerk can remind me of the numbers, we do need to make a formal, in terms of process, this will come back to the council at the next council meeting, but just so that we can have by resolution a list, we'd like to make sure we make formal motions on the disagreements that we perhaps have as a council on certain committees. So what was the first city clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. And I'd love to also just confirm the ones to make sure that I heard correctly.
Sure.
So I can start with number 1, ABAG. I heard that Tom's and Sasai will serve with no disagreement. MCE was Murphy and Tom's, no change. And then wastewater subcommittee, I heard Taven Tom's to continue and Murphy to continue as alternate. For number 4, no change, Tave and Murphy. That was, Recycle More, Wickama. And for number 5, this is one that we were going to come back to. This is WICTAC, and we have the delegate Martinez Rubin still interested. We also have interest for alternate Sasai and Tave.
Okay. So just to clarify, Councilors Tave and Sasai, are you interested in both serving as an alternate, or would you be interested in serving as a delegate to this committee?
I'd be interested in serving as either delegate or alternate.
Okay.
Yeah, so and I'd like to, I haven't served on this board, so I don't mind doing the alternate.
Okay.
And just starting to, because I'd eventually like to serve on this board. I think it's one of the ones that I haven't been able to serve on yet.
Okay. So the way we'll do this is we'll work around a formal motion. So if anyone at the council wants to make a motion around who number 1 should be the delegate, we'll second that motion. We'll have a second to that motion, and then we'll do a roll call vote.
I'd like to move that Martinez Rubin be the delegate and Tave be the alternate.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
All right, before we get to roll call vote, any discussion on this motion?
Yes, I just wanted to bring this up just because of Mr. Tave's experience in capital projects. And I happen to attend all of these meetings as for my day job. And there's a lot of technical issues related to infrastructure. And I think that the two delegates, the delegate and the alternate that I have proposed would be good for that.
I think, just going through this list, I'm starting to feel that, especially I'm thinking back to 2018, the boards being alternates and learning. and just getting a feel for it. I'm comfortable with Quick Tack. I mean, we have another 4 years, so we could revisit this, but I think Counselor Sasai should be the alternate. That way we can start, bringing him into some of these committees and learning early. It is a complicated committee. It's not an easy one. Like Mayor Pro Tem Tom's mentioned, there's a lot to digest, but I think it'd be good to try to circulate Counselor Sasai in that. So I don't have a problem stepping back if that's okay. I mean, I'd like to serve on this, but I understand that we need to balance these committees, as much as possible.
So I'll
Thank you.
withdraw my
Mayor
motion.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Toms, you'll withdraw your motion. Counselor Martinez Rubin.
I just wanted to comment, having served on WICTAC since the beginning of the year. It really is not, the committee itself doesn't deal with the technicalities as does the Technical Advisory Committee. And that's made up of staff. I have found that what is important for the delegate is to be aware of how matters get planned regionally. So as long as we've got a representative from Pinole to comment on the needs that we have as a city and how they might fit in with what the plans are regionally, our staff, Director Mishra, as well as Ms. Carr, I believe, form part of the Technical Advisory Committee. That's where the engineering aspects of things probably get discussed and the more technical things. So just wanted to mention that it's a matter of knowing who is involved, gradually getting to understand how regional planning occurs.
Great.
And
Well,
yes,
thank
I
you for
would
that
like to
feedback.
remain as a delegate because I think it's important for continuity this year as well as future years.
Fantastic. Would you like to make a formal motion with regards to this particular committee?
I move that how did we what was the determination? I'm sorry.
What I heard was that Counselor Tave was fine with stepping back and allowing Counselor Sasai be an alternate.
Okay.
It sounds like there's interest from you to continue being a delegate.
Okay, so my motion will be for Councilmember Sasai to serve as alternate and I remain as delegate on the WICTAC.
Great. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Fantastic. Any other discussion? No. City Clerk Bell, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sasai,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms,
Yes.
and Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. City Clerk Bell, can you remind me of the next?
Yes, the next item is number 6. So that would be West Cat. And I believe this is one where we will keep our current composition. So it's Martinez, Rubin, and Toms as delegate and alternate Murphy. The next item is Bayfront Chamber of Commerce. We have 3 council members interested in serving as delegate: Toms, Tave, and Sasai.
And I don't mind stepping back on this one.
Great, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Toms. So that was interest from Counselor Tave as well as Counselor Sasai to join, to be our representative from, to the Bayfront Chamber of Commerce. Is there a formal motion a council member would like to make?
Don't have a motion, but I just wanted to indicate that they meet about every other month on Tuesday mornings. They used to meet by Zoom and now they meet in person. I believe it's about 8:30 a.m.
So, I'll withdraw. I'll motion to have Counselor Sasai sit on Bayfront Chamber of Commerce.
Fantastic. That being said, City Clerk Bell, I don't think it's necessary for us to have a formal motion on this because there's no, it seems like we all have come to a consensus around Counselor Sasai serving as our representative to the Bayfront Chamber of Commerce.
Okay, so then I'll mark Sasai for number 7. And then for the next 3 items, 8, 9, and 10, they will be as reflected here, as shown in the staff report, with Murphy Toms serving for all 3 of those. And then on to the subcommittees. Number 11, Finance Subcommittee is the same. It'll be the mayor and mayor pro tem for that one as well. Number 12 will remain as is, Committee on Memorials. Oh, I'm sorry. No, we do have one change there. That will be Tom's and Tave to serve on that one. And then we had interest from Martinez Rubin for number 13, the Municipal Code Ad Hoc Subcommittee. So we have interest from Tom's, Tave, and Martinez Rubin.
Thank you, City Clerk Bell. I think we worked the others out pretty well, so I'll ask if council members have a formal motion or would like to relieve themselves of the duties of serving on this committee.
I'll move to have Mayor Pro Tem Toms and myself serve on the committee.
Okay, is there a second to that?
Second that.
All right, any discussion on this item, on this motion, excuse me?
Yes, in your absence, I'd like to attend. We don't have an alternate for that. I'm just, it's a wonderful committee to be on. I've enjoyed it in the past and, I was wondering with your preference to be on the other committees, how that balanced out for you. If you were going to be as available as you need to be, great. That's great. Do it. And if one of you is absent, I don't know if you need two people or not. But I'd be willing to step in at that point, if that's okay.
Just through the chair, it would just depend, there's Brown Act considerations because many of the items discussed at the Municipal Code Update Subcommittee are ordinances that ultimately come to the city council. So we would only we'd only be able to have 2 city council members participate in any discussions of any particular ordinance. So I think we could probably do without an alternate. Usually if we can't arrange the meeting time to coordinate with everyone's schedule, we just reschedule until people are available. I think that's probably the best way to go.
Great. And again,
Thank
all
you.
of these will come back to the council because they are all codes
Yes.
that will have to be approved by us. So deliberation can happen there. That being said, there's a motion on the table for Mayor Pro Tem Toms as well as Councilor Tate to serve on this ad hoc, on the Municipal Code Ad Hoc Committee. Are there any other questions or deliberation around this item, this motion? All right, not seeing any, I'd like to ask the, well, I don't, is there, are you still of interest or?
No. I'm just thinking, thank you for the reminder about that, about the Brown Act. And I think in the back of my mind as well was the interest in having proposed ordinances move along. And I'm hopeful that you can coordinate your schedules. So those don't get delayed. Meetings
Fantastic.
don't get delayed. Thank you.
Thank you. That being said, I'll just because we had deliberation, I will ask the city clerk to call the roll on this
Okay.
motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Sasai,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms, Mayor Murphy.
Yes,
Motion carries.
great. The next, please, City Clerk Bell, continue down the list.
You. We are getting to the end here. So the next one is going to be number 14, Planning Commission Interview Ad Hoc Subcommittee. I have that as remaining Tom's Martinez Rubin. The next item was agreed for the TAPS and Community Services Commission Interview Ad Hoc Subcommittee. We agreed on Tave and Sasai. And for number 16, the formation process of East Bay Wildlife Prevention and Vegetation Management, JPA. We have Tom's and Tave. And we are removing number 17 for now. Number 18 will remain as reflected here, Murphy Tave. That would be the Technology and Communication Subcommittee. And then the last one will also remain as is, Project Labor Agreement Ad Hoc Subcommittee. That would be Tave and Tom's.
Great. Thank you, City Clerk Bell. I want to remind the council and the public that the nominations as we agreed tonight will come back to the council at the next council meeting and be approved by resolution. The next item on the agenda is citizens to be heard. City Clerk, have any speakers?
Yes, we do. We have Cordell Hindler. Mr. Hindler, are you there?
Can I ask a point of order question? If you speak in the beginning under citizens to be heard, are you allowed to speak twice?
You're not, he didn't speak in citizens to be heard.
Got it. So that's one. Perfect. Okay.
Mr. Hindler? Yes.
Thank you. Actually,
I was gonna say that, but I was waiting.
I think we have a hand raised for citizens to be heard, and we have one outstanding item,
Item,
which is
yeah.
the future agenda items, but we were waiting if Mr. Hindler would come on.
We can go to 7D and then come back.
We'll
to
try him again after that item, if that's okay, Mayor.
Sure. So we will come back to item 14, citizens to be heard, and go back to item 7D, which is council request for future agenda items. This is the opportunity for all council members, as well as the public, to make suggestions around our future agenda items. So I'll start with Councilor Martinez-Rubin.
None tonight.
Thank you. Councilor Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes, thank you. Before it was brought up in Citizens to be Heard, I had on my list that we provide a proclamation to the Pinole Valley High School varsity football team for their first place championship in their division.
Thank you. Is there interest or consensus from the council to have a proclamation to support our Spartans football team?
Yes.
Sounds like it's unanimous. Thank you. Any other items, Mayor Pro Tem Toms? All right, Councilor Tabe.
None.
All right,
None.
Councilor Sasai.
Yes, I would like to bring forward discussion about a procurement policy for general goods that we produce. Examples being letterhead, envelopes, business cards, banners, and that we use union printers exclusively for these.
Thank you, Councilor Sasai. Is there interest from the council in having this as a discussion item, or excuse me, as a future agenda item?
Just question, is that not the case at this point?
We don't have any aspect of the procurement policy that requires that we use a union printer for printed goods.
Thank you. So is there interest in having this as a future item on the agenda from the council?
Yeah.
Sure.
Great, it's unanimous. Thank you. Councilor Sasai, do you have any other agenda items for future agenda items?
That's all.
Thank you. And then last but not least, I do have two. My first one is I am requesting that I would like to call a joint meeting of the City Council and Planning Commission before the end of February. Anyone opposed to that idea? Great.
Question to discuss whatever business is next for the planning commission, or what's the purpose?
The hope is to work with our community development department to set that agenda, but we have a influx of new housing laws that we'll be having to discuss soon, as well as an update on our current projects. So we'll have a couple items on the agenda for that meeting.
So it's a shared learning opportunity about the housing laws. And I'm sorry, what were the other two?
It perhaps maybe shared learning as well as action items around housing laws and an update on our current projects in Pinole.
Would you be willing to say before the end of March? And the timing of that is because comments from HCD on the housing element might be in by then, and perhaps that could be included in the discussion.
Yeah, I will work with the city manager as well as our city staff on a date. I'm happy to change that to before the end of March to be flexible. But I think yep, sure.
Yeah, I'm willing.
Great. Great. And my last item is I wanted to have a future discussion item around a Pinole Pride Day. Pinole was incorporated in June 25th, 1903. And I'd like for us as a city to celebrate Pride in June, but also the incorporation of us as a city. So I would like a future item, discussion and action item around a Pinole Pride Day.
I'd be interested.
Yes.
Great, seems unanimous. And that concludes my items for for future council agenda items. Thank you. Any public comment on this item?
I don't know if it's on this item, but we can go back to citizens to be heard.
Okay. Do we want to just open up for this item just to ensure?
Okay, sure. So we'll start with Cordell Hindler.
you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
So, good evening, Mayor Murphy, Council. I am Pinole Handler and I have something to say. So, for citizens to be heard. So, number one, if you recall last month when the school district came and gave a presentation, I thought their presentation was very informative, but here's something that I want to bring to the council's attention. And it was brought to my attention by a couple of community members, and they're saying that that Hercules High is short 60 teachers. And I'm like, this is unheard of, because if memory serves correctly, the district held a job fair back in the summer, to retain teachers. And I'm like, I thought for sure that they would got that resolved before the start of the new school year. That was one. And then number two is I wanted to congratulate the Pinole Valley volleyball and tennis teams for their outstanding seasons. I was like, wow, they have really done a great job. So I'm sorry that I'm not there in person, but I think I wanted to congratulate you, Mayor Murphy, the youngest mayor of Pinole. That's a surprise. So I think you're gonna have in the I'm Ed Sullivan. You got some really big shoes to fill. So I will try to come to y'all meeting in person at some point. So hopefully you get to see me in front of y'all instead of behind my computer. So, and then congratulations, Councilmember Sasai, the being the second youngest council member. That's impressive. So, but I do have a Christmas gift for all of y'all. You are cordially invited to attend the Richmond Rotary Club holiday auction on this coming Friday at 12:30 at the Richmond Country Club. There's going to be lots of prizes, maybe some trips to Hawaii, Mexico. Ole! So please do attend on Friday. You have to bid on the prizes first. So that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Hindler. Assistant City Clerk, are there any other public comments?
Yes, the next one is a telephone caller. Last four numbers 5748. Go ahead, please identify yourself and your city of residence.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Please state your name and city of residence.
Yes, my name is Anthony Vosspring, longtime citizen, senior citizen, taxpaying citizen of Pinole. Believe it or not, myself and some of my neighbors and constituents voted for all of you at one time or another, if not once, possibly twice. But I have to bring up some sad news again. I hate to beat a dead horse here, but we have continuous issues facing public health and safety and quality of life in Pinole. And I hope this time would be one of my final times to speak on these subjects, and that we have some better reception from the city mayor, some of the council members, and or the city staff without turning a blind eye or a deaf ear, being ignored, unheard, and disconnected from some of the problems, basic infrastructure and other problems that face our community, both senior citizens, children and families, taxpaying citizens, I might add, of Pinole. The first one is the traffic light situation up and down Pinole Valley Road and throughout the city is continual dismay. And I'll just use the traffic lights that the late great Dean Allison had put up years ago when he was one of the key directors and facilitators of that shopping center, Trader Joe's, some of Sprouts, some of Kaiser, and so on, that those green vintage light poles up there, several of them have been damaged. 3 or 4 of those light poles are still out. It's pitch black out there and you wonder why people get in accidents, because the lights aren't working in parts of the city. And they'll fix 1 or 2 and then they'll forget the others. Well, we need to get those poles erected. There's 2 on each pole. They're damaged. They've been down for over 6 months to a year. And I'm not sure what the problem is, but we need to get that fixed without downgrading the poles to some kind of little tin pan alley pole like they have in some of our city parking lots, which is a rumor that Mr. Mishra is looking at to reduce the budget on those light poles. And I don't think that's a good idea, okay? Because it'll take away from the ambiance of the city and that whole area and that shopping center as well. But they need to fix the ingress, the regress out of those driveways. They need to fix the bullnose curbs, to paint them white or iridescent color and put some reflector markers in the ground there and signage on those bullnose curves through.
Thank you. Are there any other public?
Yes, we have Alfred Wu.
Hi, everybody. My name is Alfred Chu from Berkeley, California. It's always a pleasure to visit Pinole. I definitely look forward to the Pinole Pride Days. I just want to congratulate the City Council. Your city is definitely going to be a leader in East Bay on so many things. And also want to second what many other people have said about the need for lighting, especially to and from some of the bus stops downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Assistant City Clerk Bill, are there any other public comments?
Nope, that concludes public comments.
Great, thank you. Council Martinez Rubin, did you have a comment or?
No, I was trying to understand what the last comment was, but I think it was lighting at bus stops, I think is what the person said. Okay.
Thank you. All right, it seems that we have come to the close of our agenda. So the next item is adjournment. I adjourn the meeting to the regular city council meeting of December 20th, 2022 in remembrance of Amber Swartz. Thank you all and have a wonderful night. Thank you.